I don't think that's the right message, is it? Ooh. There we are, that's better. Welcome. Yeah, we're back into the Programming Games Club, and today we are doing Qt Vulkan widget graphics. No longer that. What's this? Okay. That's what we are doing today. I explored all the concepts yesterday. If you want to see yesterday's thing, well, yeah. You can, I suppose. Right. Because I wanted to add Vulkan graphics to my project. So yesterday we spent a little time going around in circles. Because that's what I like to do. Because then I go to sleep, I get up the next day, and I know exactly what to do. God knows how that works, but it does. Hello. So, we are back on our project. Oh, welcome viewer. Hello to you, phone. My phone went wild at the same time. That's good news. Why doesn't this stream? I don't know. Right, let's check our system. We weren't using it yesterday. Ooh, up to date for once. 20th of March. Yeah, that's fine. Do not disturb. Oh dear. I have a button that says do not disturb. This is a computer. How can you disturb a computer? Could you imagine a disturbed computer? Hey, polyglot. Good afternoon. Well, yeah, good afternoon to you. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I've decided I'm going to create the most wonderful thing ever created. It's the Vulkan widget, which doesn't exist. Oh, here's Qt Creator. I'm going to need a widgets application. We'll choose that. We are going to call it Vulkan. Widget. It's going to go in Rana. We'll use that as your default location. We'll pop you up on a QMake main window. Does it matter? Yes, it does. At this stage, I don't want to call it main window. This is my problem. It always comes up with this class name, main window. What a horrible class name. I'm going to call it Rana window. That's what it's going to be eventually. 64-bit desktop. Yeah, okay, we'll do some of that. We'll pop it in Git. There it is. Scanning for tests is red. Something missing here. No messages. Good. Thank you. And as usual, we get the normal everyday. Ooh, look, we've got a window. Oh yes, I'm using terminals, I remember. We could switch that off for today, but no, I won't. Let's put our obligatory push button on. About that'll do. There's a reason for it, don't worry. We'll call it exit as usual. The exit button. And the keyboard goes to sleep at this stage and sets itself up for games. Thank you. Which is interesting because I'm using it for programming. Okay, we've got an exit button. We've got a central widget. Yeah, central widget's not very good. The central widget is this dotted area here. It'll do. I'm going to keep the menu bar and the status bar. Right, let's have a look at you for properties, and we have... Alright, that looks okay to me. Yeah, we're okay. Signals and slots, hit that plus, sender, object, exit button, signal, on, clicked, receiver, central widget, and slot, close. Let's run that. Exit button closes. Great. That didn't work exactly as expected. We're on a window. Let's try that. Ah, that works. Bliss. I'm going to turn that off. No, I'm not, because I'm going to be sending some messages out most likely. So that's how you set that up. Isn't that wonderful? There you go. All the programming done. We've now got a window that's functional with a button. Fantastic. Is that any good to us? No. I am going to open a project, and we are going to open it from our examples under Vulkan. We are going to take, which one should we have? Hello Vulkan widget, this one here. So here it is. It's this lovely little thing that does a triangle. Fantastic. I'm not looking at that. So we will configure the project. We shall load it up, and everything works. Can we run it? Make sure Vulkan's installed on our machine, because this is not Windows, which is... There you go. I did want to look at something, which I didn't look at last time. So Vulkan's working. It's telling me here that we've got all of these thingies here up, which are pretty important, and we're just completely ignoring. There's our debug log. Okay. That's fantastic, thank you. Look at the triangle, look at its aspect ratio. Did it change? It grew bigger. Oh my god, they got the aspect ratio right. Oh, you clever people. Thank you. You can see what was happening here. a lot of information was being dumped out into the console, which we are not going to go through. Right, so this is their example. That's fine. Their example is, at best, fine. But it's missing something. It's missing this. It's got resources. Look. Here. GLSL STD 450. So they're using GLSL. Okay, whatever. It's got shaders. I don't use the resource system because I don't like it. Well, I do like it, but not at a development level. Alrighty. It's missing this window and the form. So they have given us this Hello Vulkan widget. And where is the UI? There isn't one. And that's why we have to do this. I want to do it in such a way that we can use the UI to design, sort of, and make sure that the components to any UI that we want to do in future with our application, well, that's going to work. And that's important because Qt has a brilliant UI system and it's integrated within Qt and Q application especially. You have to use Q application to get it. This thing here. Right, this is a message handler. Where's it going to? If message, yeah, append plain text, yeah, on message handler set. Do I really want one? No. Right, this is where it gets interesting. We have to initialize Vulkan. So let's start in main. We do need to do it here. Oh god, let's get this main sorted out. They always give us a load of garbage, don't they? This is the only problem with programs that are helpful. And Qt is pretty helpful. But it does write its code badly. It thinks that A is a good variable name. Grow up, Qt. Grow up. I've lost something. Just one sec. I just left it in the other room. Okay. I mean, if you are developing a system, or you want people to use your system, why use single letter variable names that mean bugger all? A word to the wise, Qt. Grow up. Right, it's a bunch of kids programming. That's how I used to program when I was 8. I lied because I wasn't programming then. When I was 13, actually 14. So we've got our standard program, we've got an example program. All we have to do is work that example program into something that's usable. Not a problem, you may say. I'm going to try this slightly differently today than what I would normally do it. I actually had to go back and watch one of my own videos last night. Yeah. It was a long time ago since I last did Vulkan. So let's start here. Use meaningful words. Program in English or your native language. There's no harm in doing it. It's legal, you know. Alright, after updating their garbage, not sure I want my queue application there on a window, yeah. Again, I don't like this. It does send an error value back, doesn't it? Static int application, yeah, exec, yeah, int. Thank you. Return error. That's what's actually happening. There we go, that's now correct. Alright, that's our window show. Not sure I really want to make it there. We'll see. We'll see how that develops. Coffee. Hello, other viewers. Polly's here, by the way, viewers. If you need to talk to him, he's in chat. He's a good bloke. I think he's a bloke. Didn't ask. So, this is where we start from, this lovely thing. Then we have a look at their main, which is their example, and it's got all of this lovely stuff here. I'm not bothered about this messaging system at all. Alright. Okay. Let's get to there. And stop. Because that's not exactly what we're going to be doing. I'll just pop it in here a second. Let's include that. Pop you in. Yeah, we better take one of you as well. So that's a hash include. You in. Okay. I'm alright so far with this. We can change that over to something that reads English. Okay, done. There's an if statement. It doesn't really matter. It's in main, runs once, who cares? Right. Fine. Those are the if statements I don't mind. That's an if statement used properly. They have their place. They have their place. Right, this Vulkan window. I don't want a Vulkan window. I want a Vulkan widget. Let's have a Vulkan widget. We've still got it highlighted on you. Let's highlight it on us. Add new. Class. Choose. We shall call it a Vulkan widget. It is going to inherit from Q Vulkan window. Not a Q object, is it? Ah, I want the header. It is a Q object. And we want to include Q widget. That's pretty obvious, really, when you think about it. No, I don't want it here. Let's have source. Graphics, maybe. I call it GFX because that's my abbreviation. Because I use that for graphics card as well. Interestingly enough, Vulkan is all about programming the graphics card, so that's the way I note it. So we'll do it in there. Looks a bit weird, doesn't it? Class name, Vulkan widget. Base class, window? Yes, that's right. Let's have it. Sources, headers, effects, Vulkan window, Q object, Vulkan widget. Yes, we need that. No, I'm happy with that. One thing I'm not happy with is it's not namespaced. And we are developing for Rana, aren't we? A shared library. I would like this to go into a shared library, which you can then use to develop your own games. And I'm not doing OpenGL again, so I'm going to do Vulkan. It's as simple as that, really. So let's sort that out. Let's namespace it into our library namespace. Yeah, okay, we'll do it that way. So there it goes. It's going in to there. Control and Shift. Drag and tab. That's okay. We'll just fix up the other side of that because this is now not right. Namespace night. Ooh. Ooh. We're not getting very well yet. I'm sorry, I'm still half asleep. You don't have to forgive me. I don't ask for it. I can't put empty in there because it's got to have something in it. Right, we are going to program that. We need the rest of it though. The rest of it is hidden in here. This class here in the example. So what we need is you lot there. We also need a private. A Q widget. Yeah, a Q widget. We did put it in, didn't we? Yeah. Q widget. Star M underscore window container. Okay, we need to standardize. How am I going to standardize these goddamn names? I want to use camel case. I don't like that. Well, it doesn't look too bad, so I don't. Okay. We also need a Q widget star get Vulkan widget, and we can do that here. Let's just return the widget that we just made. M underscore window container. That's basically that done. Okay, I think I'm happy now. Yeah, we're nearly happy. We need to make that. That's all we need to do next. So we'll just do the basic code for that currently, which isn't the code that we're going to be using eventually. So we'll initialize it to widget. Create container. This. Alright, so we've got it set up. We could use it just like that. It doesn't really matter. We're not. We're going to expand upon that line, I think. A little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. No, we might not actually. Will we? Yes, we can. Not do it here. Ah, good point. No, I think that's it. That's a Vulkan widget, by the way. There. It is that simple. It's Qt. Nothing is difficult. It's just how you think about it that complicates the issue and makes it very, very difficult. We have a create renderer, which is an override. Not sure about that one. Let's have a look. What the heck? Vulkan window. Class. It's just an override. So that's an override of something that exists already. Okay. That's an auto run feature as well. Qt has auto run features if you're not aware. When you initialize a QVulkan window, it will run an initialization on that QVulkan window. One of those initializations is here. We can change how the renderer is created by completing this. Or doing something with it anyway. It's a public function that returns a renderer. The QVulkan window renderer. Alright. QVulkan window obviously includes it, so that's good. Just checking through now that we have QString. Alright, whatever. I want space there, please. Space at the end. I think that looks about right. Yeah, I think that looks about right. I think we've got enough functionality there to get away with the initial programming. So let's pop this in, shall we? To our main runner. Better include it, Anna. Source. Graphics, you. There we go. Whee! Okay. Set Vulkan instance, our instance. Yes, that works. This window doesn't. This window needs our instance. which means we are going to have to modify our Rana window to accept an instance. So this is not useful anymore. Q widget. Don't think we need that. Okay. Right, let's start here. Do I want to namespace this? Yeah. But I can't. Because the UI will be outside of the namespace. Ooh, that's interesting. Let's take a look at that whilst I'm thinking through it. Vulkan widget. Here you are, you little thingy. I just want you in a text editor. Thank you. Right, this is what's inside that file. I don't know why I did that. No point. It's pretty small thing. I can do it that way. Oh, and it's in blue on blue. That's useful. That's no good. Tools. Alright, it just looks as though this is set to the same size. So, yeah, that's the class. Name, Rana, window, geometry. Window title, Q widget central. Yeah. So this is the problem here. If I change the namespace, the class changes. So I would have to put night colon there. Now it shouldn't work. There you go. Can't build it. Fantastic. I just love these systems. So we'll modify that, I think. And try building again. Does not name a type. Correct, it doesn't. I'll do like it when it's right. That's the one thing I do. It's funny. If you're in Visual Studio, you are fighting Visual Studio all the time to find out what the hell it's doing and getting things right. I can't put... Can I namespace that? I'm about to find out. Ran a window was not declared in the scope. Correct, it wasn't. That's right. God, I love this system. That's looking better. No matching constructor for initialization of Night Rana window. Thank you. That's the one that we want, this constructor. That's where we were up to. The constructor is hidden in here. So let's have a look at this constructor. It's an explicit main window, and I only need that bit. So that's the only bit I'm going to take. But you can see it says Vulkan window. Okay. I think we can modify that. Source, GFX, Vulkan widget. We don't want a Vulkan window, we want a Vulkan widget. So, Vulkan widget doesn't exist. So it's a... yeah, it does. How does that exist? Damn well doesn't. Oh, it's in the same namespace now, that's why. Duh. Yeah, so it does exist. Oh, fantastic. What shall we call it? VK widget. There's a little thing here that you just click and it does it all for you. No matching constructor for that. No, that's not surprising, is it? Isn't that just this? We are using a queue main window, aren't we? Yeah. Null pointer, maybe? Not overly confident about that. Let's just use that VK widget in a second. How can we use it? We can use it in the way of UI, central widget, set something. Layout now. Do we have to make a layout? No. Not sure. Made a note of this last night. This is the awkward bit. Just 1 second. I'm just going to have a look at my notes in the other room. My bad. Alright, we don't need to do that. Or do we? UI. Set. Can't do it that way either. We'd have to add it to a layout, wouldn't we? Of some kind. Because what you can do here is you can set central widget. VK widget. Like that. Cannot initialize because we're doing something stupid. Alright, yeah. There we go. You're allowed to do that. But that's not the UI, is it? You can't set it on a UI. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking for. Is that line there, but for the UI itself. And this is where it can get interesting. Because I'm going to modify our UI so that we can do something. Where shall we modify it? We can modify it later. I'm still thinking about it. So that's what my notes say. That's what we're looking for. Okay, we'll keep you in use for a minute. Where are we up to? Okay, our instance isn't working. That's not the right way of doing it. Oh, we haven't finished this, had we? Yeah, that's not right. I was just messing about by putting this in there. This in there? What a great language, hey? I put this in there. Right, let's have a look at what they're doing with this stuff here on their example. How they are setting it up looks something like... Not a lot. They're using M window. W. Wonder why there is... Oh, we have to assign it, don't we? Yes, we need to keep hold of it. Might be a good idea. Let's take that idea and do that. What are we assigning it to? We are assigning it to whatever an M window is. Yeah. What have I just put up? Rana window. Okay. So we can have our Vulkan widget. We're in night, so we're okay. Vulkan widget. We're in the same namespace. We're using pointers. Okay, that'll do. No, it won't. Doesn't look right. That does. VK widget. There we go, that satisfies that. UI setup this. Can I initialize a parameter of QMain Windows start with an R? Oh, gee. All right. I was only messing about before. It's another pointer. What's going on here? With a type of a night Rana window. I'm not asking you to. It's inherited, isn't it? Have you just gone mental on me? Alright, something's just happened. That's not quite right. Something's gone wrong. Can we clean that, please? Get rid of those marks. I didn't do something right. There's the error. Alright. I'm an idiot. That goes here. Let's do it properly. Copy. Did it out of order? Alright, we're better now. Don't do things out of order. Hmm. Alright, I think I'm getting somewhere now. Yeah. Back in main. Jumping around a bit today, aren't we? No matching constructor for Night Rana. Have I missed something? Got to be careful. We're taking a Rana window, we're calling it window, and shouldn't be doing it that way anyway. Right. Rana window. Vulkan widget star. There we go. Why did I call it window here? Okay. That looks better. Okay, just to check. Undefined reference to create renderer. Okay. I don't think there should be a mock. This mock business is Qt's way of doing metadata. The metadata is programmed for you and used in our application here when it's executed. It's how it builds the application .exe that it executes for you for the game, for the event loop and the main program loop. It takes all of your files with QObjects or any QObject file that you've got, and it will create code out of it. Why is it not happy? What did I do differently? We got everything right, didn't we? Ah. We pass it through. Okay. So it's complaining about this. I think it's because we've hidden this behind here. Do I need to do anything with that? Undefined reference. Hold on a minute. Oh, of course, there's no renderer. Oh! We've got the widget, we've got no renderer, have we? Dum-de-dum, dum-dum. Let's get a renderer together. Otherwise it's not going to work. It's looking for a renderer, and there ain't one. Oops. We put Vulkan renderer here. Just one sec. Okay, we probably can get the answer from here. Here it is, class Vulkan renderer. I don't want this one. That's what's happening. We've got things that want to run, but they can't. I don't... no, I don't want this. I want something simpler. You'll do. Yeah, there's no queue object. That's what I was thinking as well. Alright, that's fair enough. But here's our Vulkan renderer here. These are the things it needs. Yeah, I think we can use that. I think I prefer this. And I think you're right here, Mr. Widget. So let's go back to our code. Can't have signals if we don't have a queue object. So let's simplify. We now have to clean. We should be able to build now without that queue object. But it still hasn't got the renderer, remember? Okay, undefined reference fee table, night Vulkan widget, yeah. Goddamn V tables. Back up. Just back up a minute. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this. This is correct. It's a GUI. It takes a parent. Takes a Q window parent. That's what I've got here. That would equal a null pointer. Ah, missed it. This is overcomplicating. That's all I want. Without anything in the back brackets, it will go automatically to a null pointer on the window. Okay. There should be something here. What should there be here? I've got something missing. Okay. We have something missing. What is it? And it comes under this Vulkan window thing, which I've been expanding on. This class here. Oh. There you go, there's the answer. We need to return a new Vulkan renderer for this. Right. Found it. That's why it couldn't do it. Good. Found the answer. widget back. Can we have the header file, please? My widget. What it's saying is that does not exist. And at this point, we need a renderer, don't we? So we need to return a new Vulkan renderer. I'm going to put rendering. Does it need anything in that Vulkan rendering? Of course it doesn't exist. Oops. Let's have a closer look at that. I'll take that one. It doesn't. Yes, it does. It's hidden it in here. Q Vulkan window renderer. It's inherited. Just call it Q. Okay. There's no Q object. Thank God for that. On this version. Let's have a look at the other version. On the other version, we have a renderer which is specified as something called a triangle renderer. Again, no Q object. Okay, that's fine. I'll take this one. This one's got everything in it. These are autos, automatically run overrides, which you can obviously put things in. All right. Add a new class. We will call it Vulkan. Rendering. It's going to be Q of Vulkan. Window renderer. That one. Done. 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 Okay. Namespace. Well, let's pop it into the night namespace. There we go. Jobs are good. Tap it over. That'll do. So there's our Vulkan rendering. Isn't that nice? Need to include that into our widget. Hash include Vulkan rendering. And that means we should now be able to not do that. Allocating an object of abstract class type night Vulkan rendering. Oh. Right. It's got nothing to call, has it? Interesting. What shall we call? We need that. Okay. That's our that's Cube Vulkan window. Oh. Mm-hmm. Right, so we need a window. What can we do with that window? Oops, wrong one. We're storing it. Seriously. Yeah, we are. Private. It's actually the Vulkan output surface. It's badly named. Let's just be honest. That's just badly named. Where did we get that from? Okay, so we've got that bit. Might need some more yet. I've got a Cube Vulkan window. A Cube Vulkan window. We're stacking it in here. We really should have a shared pointer at that point. Think about that on pass 2, shall we? This is only pass 1. Constructing the system from here. Alright, what's all this rubbish here? I think we'll have it. There we go, got it. That looks okay. I'm liking this file. The file for this part. Who cares? We'll do it ourselves. Done. Refactor. Let's pop a definition in. Does it have to do anything? Not really. QInfo. What are we in? Vulkan rendering. Init resources. Active. Alright, I'll just do that for now. I think that's enough information on that one. Next. Alright, that seems easy enough. What is it doing? Let's pop you in next. Looks okay. These are all given to us by Qt. Can we refactor this? No. I'm in the wrong file. That's why. Alright, so release swap chain resources. La, 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 la. Looks okay. Start next frame. I think I'll leave that blank. I know what's going to happen if I put anything in there. What else has this thing got installed for us here? You're looking for device functions. Alright, we'll have some of those. Why not? It doesn't seem to ask us for any more includes, interestingly enough. Okay. We've got device functions. Anything else I disagree with here? Except for the fact that we haven't defined that. How are we doing? Oh, we are compiling. We have enough information to compile. Not to work, but to compile. Alright, let's just complete up the basics of this renderer, because this is obviously the heart of Vulkan. The heartbeat, as it were. People say that Vulkan's very, very complicated. Funnily enough, it's not. Not when you realise that it's giving you control over the whole of your graphics card. It's a very, very simple overview system of your graphics card and allows you to do wondrous things. And it's faster than OpenGL. At a base guess, twice as fast. At a guesstimate, the base guesstimate, twice as fast. Programmed properly, very fast. Do we need it these days? Yes, we do. Because it doesn't just allow you to do the graphics. It allows you to do computational logic upon your graphics card at the same time as doing the graphics. That's how powerful this is. So if you want true physics within your game, now you can have it, because you can compute true physics using the graphics card. Especially if your graphics aren't that heavy. You can offload quite a lot from your CPU. Graphics cards are fantastic at mathematical, equational, three-dimensional, matrixical, I've just invented a new word, calculations. They are fantastic at them. They are hard-coded to be fantastic at them. OpenGL gives you that, but I bet nobody tells you about it. It's called a compute shader. In OpenGL. In this system, sky's the limit. You can literally be running multiple programs in parallel on your graphics card at any one time. So no, it's not complicated. It's the fact that what it does is complicated. Vulkan is very, very simple. Yeah, we've got device functions, we've got the window. What do we want to do with all of this trash? Let's have a look. So we can now do a Vulkan render of this. Good. Let's make sure we're doing that. Yes, we are now doing that. You see? Once you got enough to compile, things start working nicely. Do we have anything else we want to do here? No. Oh, right, we might want this. This is your initialization of resources. I'll copy you. we have an M window here. Okay. Looks okay to me. So Vulkan window, Vulkan instance, or whatever the current instance is, generate your device functions for whatever device is in the computer. In this case, it's an AMD. No, it's not. On this one, it's an Intel. On this machine. So we've got an Intel something. I think it's a 580. Well, we'll find out, won't we? That's what that does. It needs to know what it's going to be rendering on, and also where the functions are on the device. Not necessarily the device, but probably on a driver, knowing these kind of systems, these computers these days. Drivers just aren't needed, but hey-ho. No idea why we have drivers. Oh yeah, that was it. It was because the hardware industry decided not to standardize hardware and be bloody stupid about it. I remember now what happened. There was a day when that wasn't necessary because hardware was standardized. Consumerism took over, and people got stupid in their development of hardware. Yeah, you don't need device drivers, by the way, Polly. They're a fiction, and it was introduced because of the plug and play. When was that? 1994? 95? Plug and play technology introduced the need for device drivers. Because now anybody can make a device, and it wasn't regulated in any way, shape, or form. A device driver is a patch for communicating with a device, because the device is non-standard. Yeah, it's a pet hate, but I've got a lot of those. I've got this blank thing at the bottom of there. What else we got in here? You got you lot. Right, that's the rendering code done. That was quick. I like doing rendering code quick. Let's clean it up. Now, if you remember, our widget was white. It has to turn black, so we'll have to turn that into a 0.0. Now, we'll go blue. I like blue. RGB, right. We'll go blue. Because we can. Alright, we've got some M windowing going on down here. Let's borrow you. We do need to go through all of this and tidy it up. As it stands, it's awful. So as you can see, everything's going to go through this Vulkan window that we pass in. We are passing in our widget. Our widget is a QVulkan window. Could be interesting. Right, we've got these device functions going on. We did grab them. Or find them, should I say. Let's pop those in so we can actually do that. Incomplete type. Oh, damn. Why? Incomplete type. Didn't. Set it, did we? I think we can leave this empty, you know. For now. Why are you in incomplete type? Forward declaration. Oh, it's an incomplete type, alright. Yeah, of course it is. Dar. Alright, we're going to put some includes in then. I don't trust what it's doing. Q, what do we want? Vulkan window? Yeah, why not? Hash includes. It's just includes that are missing. Q, Vulkan. Device functions is now complete type. You can shut up with your silly comments there. Go away. Thank you. Off with you. Okay, that's a splatter. That's just a code splatter. I'm looking for blue on the screen. We should have white. We have a white? Vulkan did initialize. Enabling the instance layers, enabling instance extensions. So we do have the surface, extensions, and the validation layer. Fantastic. Application output. I'm going to switch that off because it's going to come up with a load of garbage, isn't it? No, let's keep it on. Just run that again. Oh, we haven't assigned it, so it won't do it. Alright. Just looking through now, seeing if we can... This messaging system is interesting. So it's giving us supported Vulkan instance extension. Then we have enables and the return. At the top, we have the initialization, supported Vulkan instance layers. This tells us all the layers that we can access or that are available to me. If you're wondering how I got all of this, it's in here. There you go. So there's extra layers I've installed. Let's just have a look at installed. I've installed extra layers, extra tools, the headers, the documentation. Don't know why I did that. The ICD loader, the installable client driver loader. Okay. Obviously, I'm using an Intel machine, so I've got Intel. The full Mesa layers in case I want to convert to OpenGL. The software rasterizer driver, which is interesting. A Vulkan utilities and tools, which I haven't even looked at. The validation layers, which obviously we need. Validate. That's your messaging system, and also keeps things in check, keeps things going fluidly. So we've got the installables 32-bit. Don't know why I've got 32-bit here, but it's loaded them in anyway. And of course, we've got the NVIDIA driver utilities as well, because I'm using NVIDIA. There is another set of utilities for, what are the name? Who do I normally use? AMD. So yeah, you just pop them in from. Pretty simple stuff. That's where I got it from, if you're wondering. We're nearly there. In fact, we really are there. We have rendering. And it's functional, possibly. Filled in all of the details that we want to fill in. I'll leave that then. Our widget now is returning. Do we need these signals? God damn you, signals. Signals going out. No. Stuff for you. Don't care. Lovely. Init color value. Oh, that's in case we wanted to do that. Those signals are not going to live long, are they? I don't even think we need them. We'll leave it to second pass. I'll leave myself a note, because I'll forget. Right, we have some code. Is this code any good to us? We now have something called a Vulkan widget, which is derived from a Vulkan window, because Qt does not have a Vulkan widget. We have to do our own. To get our Vulkan widget, we have a getter. This. And it's in a widget called a window container. Interesting. I think we're okay there. I'm going to double check something in this one. You see how they've initted more resources, can't you? So let's have a look at this whilst we're here. So this is the main window functionality, which I've called Rana window here. This is Rana window. They've put in that logging thing. They're displaying it as, so this logging queue plain text edit log widget. If we run that, that's this top bit here. And we've got also, of course, the debug log here. That there is just saying how far around in degrees, 360 it goes up to. It's spinning. So that's what that number's doing. It's not FPS. Okay, so that's what this top bit is. Oh, the quit button works. But you can see here how it's, this is what we want for our output. And it's what, but that's what we're looking for there. These Qt Vulkan thingies. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for now. I don't want to get too much into it too quickly. All right, so this is what they're doing. They're creating their window container. All right, down here they are looking at a layout, and then they are setting this layout. We need it on the UI though. Why is it 1 and not 0? Hmm. Interesting. Just gonna look at my notes a second. Something not quite right. They're just using add and set layout. Qbox. We could use that. I think we should use that. Yeah, I was going to change it, wasn't it? That's what was in the back of my mind. Thank you. I think we've got everything there. Couple of signals. Pfft, yeah, great. Got the container. Got the renderer. we've got our Vulkan renderer sorted as much as I think we can have it sorted. For now. And we are back to Rana window, which we've kept very simple and not touched. Yeah, that's okay. It is working, this, isn't it? Yes, it's working. Okay. Lovely. Application output is straightforward. Yeah, that's fine. Lovely. So set central widget. I think we should hold a pointer to that. We do hold a pointer to it. It's called VK widget. Good. Done that. Cool. I want to hold a pointer to this. I don't want M Vulkan widget, do I? That's a Q widget. So let's change that. That's the first thing. Alright, I'm happy now. We've actually got the widget. We haven't got a window anymore. The window's gone. It doesn't exist. We've just got a widget. Right. We can set this widget up. Let's give it a size. Let's take our Vulkan widget and let's do something with it. Let's make it into something. Set minimum size. It's asking for a queue size. We can just give it 2 integers. So 100 pixels by 100 pixels. So it has to have a size. We can set the maximum size, obviously. That'll take a queue size. This. We get a queue size out of this. No, it's UI, isn't it? UI. Central widget. Have we got a size? We have. Does that give a queue size? It does. Magic. If we add a widget, it's going to overlay. Can we just simply put you know, keep it simple. It's not arguing with us. No colour. It's not active. No. I don't think we can do that. Can't add. What can we do to that central widget? Oh, we'll go in reverse. It's usually easier. Oh, that was right, yes. There's a better way of doing it. Alright, let's go to the UI. What's missing? Everything. Everything is missing. I want things to go vertically, up and down. So we have that, and we have that. So we can go left to right, up or down. Click. Look what happened. In the bottom part here, we will have to have a horizontal grid down here, and you will have to come in here, which means you can go on the left here somewhere. Oh my god, where is it? There's a horizontal layer with our exit button in it. Our central is still, it's in the wrong, it's gone into the top. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. Placeholders, placeholders, placeholders. Pop a label up. That's better. I don't seem to have my left to right business here. I can see it. I can't overly see it. I do want a horizontal spacer. Got ya. There you go. And we could do with a vertical space. Possibly. Alright. Oof. Invalid use of incomplete type, class, night, UI, Rana window. What? What did I do? Why has it done this again? Did we just overwrite it? Did we just overwrite it? Yes, we did. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a big problem. So now we have this text label. All right. I don't care what it is, it's a text label. It's whatever. If we look here, it's just a Q label. I'm going to leave it there for now. Not really that bothered. Dooby-dooby-dum-dum. We do have some kind of structure going on at this point. We have a horizontal and a central widget which is going up or down. If I add now a widget to that layout, I wonder. These windows depend upon layouts. That's how they work. Q layout. Central widget. That's a pointer. Equals UI. Central widget. Layout. What can we do with that? I'm not sure yet. We're about to find out. Central widget. We add. Yeah, we can. The reason why the Vulkan widget wasn't actually doing anything, by the way, is because it's not showing. Interestingly enough. It has to be visible. Hmm. It's there. Okay, so in our... we now have a Vulkan widget, by the way. As you can see, it is now allocating and it's initialized swap chain resources. It's active and it's working. Bit of a mess on the display, but it's 100 by 100. Not exactly what I was expecting. But we've done it. We now have a Vulkan widget. It's a little tiny, but it's a Vulkan widget. Interesting thing is, that. Ta-da! We have solved the... how can you put it? Interesting idea of a Vulkan widget. No point here. Well, I suppose, yeah, we do have a window at that point, but we do convert it here as we bring it in. We can set statistics on it and prove that we can now see it. We could mess around with numbers. But hold on a minute. Yeah, it's not here because it's being added programmatically. What are these size policies? We have a look at those. Queue size policy. Yeah, we can do that. Queue size policy. Can we go to the second one, please? Thank you. We could just do one, couldn't we? We can set a policy. Expanding. Oh, we haven't got actually too much in here. I've just realised. We haven't even got a widget in here. I think we should have done, but hey ho. Did we put one in? I think we did. We should be able to find everything in there. We did. There we go. It's not happy with that. Not used this before. Alright, it does come under widgets. Not to worry. There we go. Pop you in here for a second, can we? Calling a private constructor of class queueSize policy. Yeah, I understand that. We're accessing this incorrectly. Alright, this property holds the default layout behavior of the widget. If there is a queue layout that manages this widget's children, the size policy specified by that layout is used. If there is no such queue layout, the result of this function is used. The default policy is preferred, which means that the widget can be freely resized, yeah. It's policy horizontal. Overload function sets the size policy of the widget to horizontal and vertical and standard stretch to no height for width. Okay. Gotcha. Policy horizontal. Right, how do we set that up? It's got a constructor. La 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 la. Alright. Can't use it directly, is what it's saying. Can I just queueSize policy it? I don't know. I'm just thinking. I don't think we can do it this way. Set. Alright, let's try set vertical policy. It just says policy D. To the given policy. Two. What? I love it. That's policy flag. Policies here. Oh. Let's try this out then. Let's see what that does. Not a lot. Okay. I want it at the top, not the bottom. We've just added a widget, we just didn't specify where. And this is on a queue layout. Different types of layouts. Yeah. And there's a way of doing this. All right. And that's pure virtual. Okay. I'm just interested in the fact that it's not doing what I expect it to. There's a way of doing this. It's in here. Yeah, we can put a position number on it. So we want 1. Right, let's try that out. This doesn't seem to be doing much here at the moment. That should move it up or down or off the screen. What? Too many arguments. So, yeah. Layout. QV box. Layout. Ah. So I've got the wrong part of the layout. Maybe it's not the central widget that I'm after. Or maybe it is. I would like to see if I'm right first. Right, that's your central widget. We do have a layout on it. We're gonna have to avoid doing this. Alright. That's what I expected. But it's taking its minimum size. That's not what I want. Okay, let's play with that. should be simple enough then. We just set size. Why can't we just set the size policy? I don't understand that. Well, we can. Okay. Do we set it on here? It inherits. I'm going to fix this in a minute or two. For now, I'm just going to keep typing night in here for obvious reasons. Oh. Sorry. Doesn't seem to be picking up on that. If we do something stupid, that's what I was expecting, because that's the size of the central layout. We don't set the window size. This. UI setup. No point have we bothered about the size. I didn't think this was going to be a problem. We've just gone by default, haven't we? Oh, I'm so tempted to do this. What should we have? 9x5. Wonder why it would change colour halfway through. Don't know. So if I was to do something like that, and I placed in why is everything out of line? Okay. This set width. What? Got title. State. That just returns. Oh. Yeah. There's that. Damn you. We can't alter the size from there. This isn't a window as such. It's a representation from a file here called 800 by 600. It's being set from there. has to be equal to. Okay. Here's your problem. It's not a bad problem for utility, but for a game, you might not want that. Let's. Well, the first thing you would do is you would not have that available. But we have it. We have our window. It's blue. What happens if we put a button on it now? What happens if we do something like that? Ah, we get the same problem. We need to fix this. I'm getting sick of it now. Our push button gets shoved up to the top. It's there. And our screen size here is not expanding like it should do. This is why I want the size policy. That one. And then we add the widget. Did we do this first or second? We don't know. It needs to be recorded, doesn't it? Order matters, so let's just check the ordering. No difference here. Everything's expanding here. Size policy. So theoretically it should. It doesn't. So you would need an on-window size changer to do that, I'm guessing. Which reminds me, we've been going at this quite a long time. We've actually got the finished article, the finished code. This size policy is doing bugger all. So we're going to ditch that. Things that don't do anything, I just delete. That's working out, but it's static, as you can see. Alright, let's clean that up a little bit. I think that's the simplest code I can come up with. Have I earned a cup of coffee? Can we get rid of this crap? I think we can. Let's pop it back outside. You're no longer inside. But the Rana window classes. Oh. No, you can't get rid of that problem. Alright. It's not going to work that way. I'll have to think on that. Alright, that's simple enough. Right, we've got everything simplified down to the royal bare bones, as it were. And this is what we've got. So we're going to need to look at this now. We have graphics, rendering and widget. We have main and a Rana window with a Rana UI which is difficult to use because we are namespacing. So we might have to take that namespacing off it, to be quite honest with you. Just complicates things, but that's probably the best way to go with the Qt system. Simplify your base code, but this is just pass one. It's an awkward piece of code. It's horrible to use, and it should be. Right. So we've managed to do it in 4 files and a window. And that's your window. That's the answer. But I don't think we need that variable. If that equals that, then that is that. Isn't it? Yeah, I thought as much. Can we just do a rebuild? Okay. Yeah, we have Vulkan up and running. And we even have a push button which is doing nothing. Just a placeholder. I just wanted to see how it would react to that button. Right. Reacting badly, yeah. I'm going to go and put the kettle on. Right, well, the kettle didn't fit me, so I just switched on at the electric plug and it's going to go and boil. Right. I think we've got code there that works. It's not good. In fact, it's bloody awful. But that's how you start with Vulkan. We can place it into a widget. I'm not happy about the widget, obviously. In fact, I'm not happy about any of the code. But it is how you would make a widget. We can do better. Just wondering. Yeah, we'll strip that namespace out first. That'll allow us to play better. I might do that in separate times. No, we'll strip the namespace off it and make it usable for you lot, and then we'll get this up on the internet, shall we? And you can have a look at the code yourselves. See if anybody wants to use it. I think that's fair enough. Or develop it further, maybe? I am going to be playing around with that central widget. I don't think we need the layout. I don't see why we would need the layout. Well, I do. But that's a completely different story. I prefer this answer, though, to the non-layout version. I want to play with this. I want to play with this code. This is your central display. Yeah, okay, there's only 4 lines of code, but there's so much hidden underneath, as you can see on the right hand side here by all of this data. That's why I've got the data up as well, not just because it keeps cocking it up. Alright. Let's go make that coffee. Yeah, we'll strip the namespace off it. Definitely. And then we can put this into development, are we in? Yeah, we're in the development branch, so it's safe to put this up on the net. Oh, God. Yeah, let's take this namespace out. It's not playing nicely on the auto system. Okay. Header file. Bye. Goodbye. There we go. Alt U. Little thing to click. Alt U. Why is everything just gone to hell? Because it's all in a namespace. Oh. Can we get rid of that load of rubbish? Alright, so we're okay here. Ah! Looks okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's only complaining because I'm messing around with it. What happened here? Ah. Alright. Run a window, night Vulkan, VK widget coming in through U. That's okay. Where's our UI? There. Header file should be okay. Class Rana window, main. Oops. Alright, fixed. Main's okay. Well, saved the day. Clean that up a bit. Okay. You're done. I'm happy. Header file. Done. It doesn't know about that yet. I'm happy with you. Allocation of incomplete type. How did that become an incomplete type all of a sudden? It's here. It doesn't know. Make sure everything works, because it does. You see, it just didn't know the mock files weren't there. So that takes your namespace out successfully, makes things more sensible. We can now get rid of this and play. There's your code. All right. Tools, Git, local repository, commit. We'll take the lot. We will initial commit. Initial commit. Pass one. Creating a Vulkan. Yay! We nearly got that one right. A Vulkan widget. A full stop. This can be developed along. Whoa, nearly a good one there. Alongside the Qt UI system. It's self-running using Q application. So whatever you render will render. You just have to put something to render, I guess. Alrighty. Git Kraken. Release notes. Okay. If you say so. What are we at? Vulkan widget. All the stuff. Pass one, create a Vulkan widget. I think I'm happy with that. Push. 8.3.3 of Git Kraken is now available. Really? Good for you. I'm happy for you. Let's just make sure that's up on the development branch. There you go, there's your Vulkan widget there. That's your code. There for you now. Go get it. My foot is killing me. Why is my foot killing me? I've got too many toes on it. Well, take the knife away from the foot then. Alright, so this is pass 1. Ideas. No, let's break this down into what we've done. Let's analyse first what we've actually done. There's a couple of different ways that I would prefer doing this. This is possibly, for open development, the best code. Best possible starting code. So for development purposes, pass 1 is a success. If you want me to put a triangle on the screen, I'm not going to do it. Sorry. You can do that yourselves. It's not that difficult. You just copy a piece of thingy out of the... You just copy the thing out of the triangle code from here. Or here. Just copy it out and it'll do it for you. I don't see the point in that because I don't want to develop code that draws a triangle. I want to develop code that pops a model on the screen or something interesting, not a triangle. Thank you. What have we done? Yeah, what have we done? Let's pop it. Yeah, that's looking okay. So, it all starts here at main. This is where things are going to get confusing for me, isn't it? Because I've got a cup of coffee and we're having a coffee break and we're going to chat about code and what this means. So let's just back off on this computer a second. What am I on here? Qt plus Vulkan. All right. Just pop you out of the way a minute. No. Well, that'll do. The Qt Vulkan system, like Qt 3D, like the OpenGL system within Qt, are all automatic systems which you set up, give over to Q application, which then runs it. Okay, we know roughly how that works. That's not a problem. That system is Qt. So what we now need is the system. Our part, the programmer's part. We'll do a squiggly. And it's going to start on the left-hand side with main. Which is the main entry point to any C++ program. So that's your entry point. C++ entry point. where your program starts, it has to begin somewhere. And we'll put a little arrow going down there because it doesn't go back. Inside of this main entry point, what are we doing? Yeah, as if we know. Okay, we are doing bits and pieces here. We set up the queue application, we always do that. We always show the window, we set up a window. We initialize the Vulkan instance. Alright, that's the first thing. Don't you dare blunt my pen. So we initialize our instance, our widget, and that's it. So we do two things. We init Vulkan, the instance. We init our widget, our VK, we'll just call it VK for short, VK widget that we've made. That's ours. And we pass that into our Rana window. Have I spelt it this time around? Rana is just a word. It's the project name. Which creates the UI. And adds the VK widget. Oh, we got it so far. Okay. Now, that does that, and then runs app. Using events. Let's just call it events because it's easier for me to say it that way than it is saying queue object. Alright, so it's an event-driven system. The events are here and here. These two inits are setting up the events that this runs. This is done by Qt. So we can put a Qt in front of that, I think. This is done by us. We need to look at that. The widget is initialized using, this is brilliant, because it's an arrow going the wrong way. Oh, it isn't really an arrow, is it? I suppose it's a double arrow. Where's that coming from? That's coming from here. Source, GFX. What we wrote here was called a Vulkan widget. Okay. This is coming from Vulkan widget. Which just about fits. What does Vulkan widget actually do? You can see now the problem that I've been fighting with all of this time. It's disconnection. The whole point of this is the disconnection. That is the whole point of why it works. You can pull things out and slot things in. That's the idea. You can take any one of these files, pull it out, throw it away, and rewrite a new file. As long as you're on that understanding, we're fine. If you think it's because Qt is a bit weird, it isn't. How systems should work. Alright. Everything. Ah, good. Well done, me. What is our Vulkan widget doing? Seriously. It creates a renderer and the Vulkan widget. That's all it does. So we can answer that one now. This creates the renderer and the widget. To create the renderer, though, we get something very interesting here. I'll go to about here, go down here, and we'll just go across here. That'll be fine. It's a two-way street again. And this is our Vulkan rendering. And that's a class. And this defines all rendering systems. I'm saying defines because it's Vulkan, it's not OpenGL. Now, we've now done all of our files. Where'd you put your game? Oh, we can start doing this, can't we? As you may know. I'm glad I was able to get it on one screen. Any one of these squares can be replaced. Yeah, we can just do that as a simpler one, can't we? All right. Now you can see why it's important that I spent so much time yesterday going round in circles messing about with this. And why I've been looking at it today thinking that's one way of doing it, but there might be better ways of doing it type of thing. Depending on, because I'm thinking about the different types of games that we might want to do. There's your system. The game entry point is completely detached from everything else. So all of this left-hand side, the Vulkan widget, the Vulkan rendering and the main, can be preset. That can all be pre-done, preset, off to one side. If you can make it generic enough, we can possibly make an interface from the left, from the left side to the right side where the game entry point and your game is. You might want some kind of, hey, we want to load models. Hey, we want to define which models we want to load. You might say, no, actually we don't. We've got a set models in this game. We don't need any kind of variation or variability within that. We can keep it on the left-hand side and just forget about it once it's been done. This means that you can develop your rendering separate from your game. Two different people can write this. Many different people can write it. You've now got teamwork going here, folks. Because anybody, you can assign one person per square. And then you could probably break this down to more squares and assign more people. You've got it? You getting it? Do you know why it's done this way now? It's not because it's a good way of doing it. It's bloody confusing. It's good because you can distribute the work out in a fashion that suits the way you want to develop, either with one person or multiple people. With that in mind, be careful. Be very, very careful, because the more people that get involved, the more mistakes are made. And we haven't got golden code here, we have a pass 1. We haven't even done a pass 2, because I'm not even settled on this. And it's the most important part, because it's your entry point. And that's how this system works. Nice. I think it's neat. I think it's absolutely spectacular, because you can just throw data at your rendering system. Well, no, what you do is you do a data collection on somewhere within your game, and then you transfer that to your rendering system. Your rendering system processes it and either gives a reply back to your game or gives a reply back to the screen and renders whatever you've asked it to render. At the same time, your UI is separate and completely independent, as we've found out, and this is why I've been struggling with it. I wanted to initially integrate it. I think I probably will integrate it. That might alter the Vulkan widget to instead be replaced by a Vulkan graphics view, for instance. And at that point we've got, well, I've got more problems because there's links. And it's this link here that's the problem, this star. When we initialize this widget, we need to do it where the application is so it can set up the events. We have to place it in here. When we create the Vulkan widget, yeah, this is fine because we're able to just add it in a fashion which we've done today. What I would normally do is take this and place it here. I would take that link and put it here. And that's what I really wanted. I want it linked here, so that our program flow goes straight down and then it links off into here with this running in parallel to your game. And then you can bridge it with an interface. That is the simplest system, but this system is different. It doesn't do that. It doesn't run in parallel. This system runs independently. And that's why I was having problems with it, because I wanted the parallelism, and we got independence, and that wasn't what I was expecting at all. I can run OpenGL in parallel. I can run Qt3D. No, you can't. Qt3D is the same as this. It's an independent system. OpenGL, we can run in parallel because we have an OpenGL widget. We don't have to create our own. I'm finding it interesting. Because if I try and do it any other way, I don't think it's going to work. As soon as I break that link, our app with the events, because there's a lot of events going on inside of this independence. Everything's tying in through events talking to the app, and the app talking to the independent code via events. If I break that connection and I place it here, how does the app get the events? The V table, the lookup table. How does it get the V table from Vulkan widget? It doesn't, is the answer. Because it's not part of the QWidget system. It's something that we've made up. It's something that we've created as a QWidget. It's not part of the QWidget system. If you actually have a look at it, you'll find, I can show you. You will find instantaneously that things aren't what they seem. If we go back to our widget that we've created, oh God, no. I haven't tidied this up either. Sorry. If we go back to the widget, where is it? It's in Rana window. Here. Okay, we're adding it here. This has zero use to us. Look at what it gives us. QPaint device, QWidget, QObject. Look what it's not giving us. It gives us paint device, object, and widget. That's the easiest way of finding out what's inside it, by the way. You look at the bottom and find out the destructors. There's no Vulkan. There's no QV. There's no QVulkan. That widget is permanently useless to us after that line. The only use this widget has is for the add widget functionality here. There's no Vulkan interface to this QWidget. Nothing. We've got nothing. So, we can't access Vulkan at all from our game unless we have an interface for it where we can't access it still. We can send data to it, We can receive data from it. But we can't... How can you put it? We can't add functionality. Because it's independent code, we can only program Vulkan now through the independent code. We cannot program it in any way, shape or form from here, inside of our game. If we want to set an FPS, we can't do it. We can't set up... if you notice, I haven't gone for a timer or anything like that. I haven't gone for an FPS timer or anything. Because we can't. We have no idea what that thing's doing in here. We can't call it. We can't do anything with it. There may be a way. I don't know if it'll work, because I don't think it exists until the program is run. We've got the central widget. But I don't think we've got any Vulkan here. I don't think we can access it directly from here. There's nothing coming up. It's not a member of Vulkan, it's a member of this. It's here. It's there. So that's not allowed within C++. Access denied. The benefit of that is your main program, your game or whatever, can't mess your graphics up. And your graphics, if done properly, can't mess your game up. The other thing is, once the Vulkan code has been written, it can be used for anything. If you write it properly, you only ever have to write it once. What do you think? Those are the benefits. I think it's a good way to go. Solving some of this sizing problem out. Could be interesting. It can't operate under those conditions. It has to be a free form. But you can see now the problems that I'm having in my mind, not on what we've written, but what we're going to write. Oops. Why is that now like, oh, I ran it, didn't I? Dum da dum dum dum. Yeah. And we get 3 buffers. Nice. Didn't ask for 3 buffers. You can have more. Normally you would have 3. Triple buffering is industry standard, but it's not right because the industry doesn't really understand it, I don't think. This is streaming, it's not like OpenGL. They see it still like OpenGL. Oh, it's a graphics development system. Let's just set it up, and the only experience we've got is OpenGL, so we'll write our code in a similar fashion. We'll set up the 2 or 3 buffers, and we'll go with that. Well, you shouldn't. This is something different. This is a streaming. It will stream graphics. OpenGL doesn't. It draws a window in a certain state. It will then, it draws into a buffer in a certain state. It will then swap that buffer with the window buffer. The window buffer it's swapped with, we then clear it and we draw the next frame in a certain state. You don't do that with Vulkan. You pass it data. It goes through a pipeline. It gets streamed. You can basically render as fast as you can stream data into your graphics card, assuming that there are no bottlenecks. If you try to do it in the style of OpenGL, you are going to create bottlenecks. All right, I think we're done all right. Oh! Shall we do one of my lectures? I noticed something about... this is all now available to you, isn't it? Yeah. I'll just close it for now. Okay. Right, there was a piece I did a couple of days ago. So let's get away from programming for a minute. Well, no, not programming itself. But very kindly, yeah, muted video. The music that they gave me muted my video on Vulkan Research yesterday. That's why I'm redoing it today. But a few days ago, we did randomness. No bloody sound. So we don't have a record, really, of what I said. We've got a record of what I wrote. So I want to replace... No, I can't replace it. Tough. If you weren't there, sorry, you're never going to hear the beauty of a rant. Sorry. So I want to revisit We were talking about dice, weren't we? Well, it's not on here. Any idea where it is? Utility. Okay, here we go. This is where it was. And we were talking about randomness. All right. Yesterday, or was it Friday? No, it was Friday. I mentioned something about AI and the rule of three and how computers have been designed incorrectly as they rely on Boolean algebra, the 0-1 binary static, and are not able to cope with the rule of three. The logic has never been written. In the part where I was talking about randomness within games, and I was showing how pure random numbers no, pseudo-random numbers yes, start with a seed, and use something like QRandom. Okay. 1 to 100 gives a straight line, which is not reality. You don't learn in a straight line, ever. Humans don't do that. Reality learns more like 3d6, which is comparative. But the whole point of this is that it is comparative, and if you work this way with comparative, your system will be fine. But there are going to be times when you don't want to be comparing the dice roll to a skill. For instance, damage. If you want to do damage by swinging a sword or shooting a gun, you will want to know a factual number, even though it has randomness in it. So you will need a non-comparative result, a static result, whatever you want to call it. And this is what I wanted to address today. It's a damn shame that I didn't. The reasoning for all of this was in that video, and there's no sound. Sorry. If you want to know the reasoning behind it, just ask Polyglot in chat. He's usually hanging around and may have listened to it. Some of it might have sunk in. It was a really good talk. I actually said what I wanted to say for once about randomness within the game industry and how they got it wrong. I want to show you that after. Have I got time? Yes, I have. Yeah, we're going to see it today. Right, we're going to show you it as well in action. So let's get me mice sorted out, because we're going to do something very strange. Blades is going to play a game. No, don't go there. Right. So that's comparative. Player skill is greater than the character skill, the skill of the toon avatar that you are controlling. Why 3d6? How many times do we roll the dice? Degree of success matters. And that's comparative. So if you are trying to make a new sword, and you have a skill of 12, and on 3d6 you roll a 14, your comparative roll is -2. You make a sword, but its quality is at -2. That's comparative. You've learnt how to make swords. You're not going to fail at making a sword. But you're not necessarily going to make a good one, are you? Every time. Come on, guys. Smell the coffee. That's why I drink it. It's nice. Now, damage. Non-comparative. Here we go. This is going to be so much more fun. Let's just put a line up here. What are we at? 4.46. Can we get any further in? We'll keep it around the same. So, I'm going to call it non-comparative. Results. Damage. Now remember that I've also been going on about something called a self-balancing system. And this is why we're using 3d6, by the way, because 3d6 is actually a self-balancing system. As long as you use 3 of any type of dice, of any type of number, it becomes self-balancing. But if you use 6, it becomes self-balancing in a beautiful way. It adheres to the rule of 3. And if you don't know what the rule of 3 is, you haven't been watching my videos. So, non-comparative results require comparative results can have this as well, but do require a need. They have a need of a skill modifier. Whereas comparative, it's optional. These require, it's a must. You cannot have a non-comparative result without a skill modifier, even if that skill modifier is 0. You have to have it. How do skill modifiers work in the 3D system? And this is the self-modifying system. Okay, so in 3d6, the max and min modifier, the max modifier is the number of dice. The minimum equals type of dice, but is negative, obviously. And this is why this accepts the rule of 3. Because that is the maximum and minimum values for the rule of 3 as well, by the way. If you ever want to go into the logic of that. It just happens to be the same as 3d6, which maybe the physicists might have misplaced their trust in their own mathematics and forgotten that randomness isn't what they think it is. But hey-ho, I digress. Right, so we've got to this stage. This is a self-balancing system. We've got maxes and minimums. 3d6 can produce a number. So what's your minimum number we can get on 3d6 now? So let's do max result. You're going to see something weird happen now. Max result equals 3d6, which is 18 plus 3 equals 21. The minimum result the system can produce is -3. If you wanted to give your player a percentage chance of success, how would you work it out? Divide it by 7? No. Because that is wrong. The correct max result is 20. The minimum result cannot be negative. It can also not be 0. Why can't it be 0? It's the rule of 3. There isn't a 0. Remember, in the rule of 3, it goes 1, 2, 3. There isn't a 0. 0 is a hidden 4th result, which is non-accessible by us. So it's 1. How do you give a percentage? i.e. percent equals result times 5. Interesting. So each one of these numbers is 5%. But hold on a minute. That means we have a system, non-comparative resulting system, like damage, which goes on that graph of percent. Which means it's self-modifying, because we're using this to generate it. It can't go past the boundaries on the left and the right, and it will always group the probabilities to the average, the 50% mark. And you can never get to 0. If you do damage, you do damage. You can't have 0 damage if you're doing damage, can you? It doesn't make sense. So we've now converted, this is a conversion from comparative to percentage, all using the rule of 3 and a skill modifier. Now, this brings about massive results. Let's get hypothetical. You've got a weapon. You've got an item. This is why I'm talking about it. It's because we were doing items on Friday. And it's possibly what I want to go back to sometime next week as well. And I want to have a look at how items do damage. So all you need is a modifier. So what is that thing we can't access? What is 0? All right. Let me theoretically say, so using the rule of 3, remember we're not allowed a 0. We can have You're going to really laugh at the result for this one. We can have +1, +2, +3. Do that in binary. You could have +1 and +2. Well, you can't, can you? You'd have +1 or +0. But we can't have 0 in the rule of 3. So what is 0? It's 1d6. Doesn't equal, because there isn't a 0. It's a fictional number. So we're going to represent that with 1d6. In base 10, the number 10 does not exist. It goes 0 to 9. In the rule of 3, the numbers go 1, 2. Then what happens? In base 3, there is no 3. 3 would be 1, 0. Wouldn't it? Oh, but we've got a +3 there. Ah. We can count. So yeah, our max bonus is +3. But what does +3 mean in a non-comparative way? In a comparative way, +3 is +3. In non-comparative, it's part of the dice roll. It's part of the damage. How much damage do you do? So if you do +4 damage, you do 2d6 +1. Look at the table we've just made. The table also goes into the minus to -6. But you can't go to -6, because then you do no damage. So you have to have a boundary wall there of 1 damage, because that's the minimum damage you can do. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Did you know that trolls count in exactly the same way? Trolls count 1, 2, lots. Oh, there's lots of them. And that one. Lots of them. Oh, and those two. And then there's lots. You've got troll counting. Don't you find that interesting? Very, very easy to program. Very easy to program. And it's self-modifying. Because notice what happens. 1d6 +3 is a minimum of 4. But that drops down to 2. But you also gain, at +3, is 9. 2d6 is 12. 9, 10, 11, 12. You gain 3 at the top end. But your randomness expands, but you are going from a straight line of 1d6 to a less straight line of 2d6, and then a bigger hump for 3d6, like the one we've got here. At 4d6, that is getting sharp to the centre. At 5d6, that's getting very sharp to the centre. At about 6d6, you're going to find out you're nearly always going to be in this average area. Therefore, the system modifies itself to be self-balancing. And that's how it's done. That's the trick. The trick is to count like a troll. In the terms of Dungeons and Dragons, that is. If you're not into Dungeons and Dragons, you'd count like me on a bad day after about 5 beers. Anyway. Now, do you understand how simple it would have been all of those years ago for the people who were writing things like World of Warcraft to have implemented a self-governing, self-modifying system? Oh, by the way, this is how physics works as well. But don't tell the physicists. They haven't thought of this yet. People may have disbelieved me when I said I'm going to be writing a self-balancing role-playing game. You may have disbelieved the idea could even be conceptualized. And yet it's in front of you on the screen. Can anybody give me a counter-logic argument to why it wouldn't work? Because it shouldn't. It does, by the way, but it shouldn't. There's no rule on the upper boundary. Power creep. There's no rule, but you can't get past that too. Well, you can't get past the 3, actually. In reality, what happens, because modifiers are limited, any weapon you make, if you make a standard sword that has a 0, you make your base weapon a one-handed, we'll just call it sword for your game. And that is the one item that cannot be anything but this fictional 0. The standard weapon. Every other weapon then has to have a modifier in comparative, in a comparative fashion to that sword. That sword becomes the 0 here, the 1d6. If you have a two-handed sword, it might be that it does the maximum bonus, but it can't do the maximum bonus because that would be 2d6. Well, that's what it would do. It would do 2d6 damage. It would do twice as much damage as your standard sword. That's interesting. But what about everything else in between? What about the granularity of this? How granular can you make this? Well, you can make it very, very granular by taking away that 1d6 and converting it to something else. The sword doesn't care about what damage it does. It's a modifier. If you're going to use a sword, what does the damage? A sword's a tool. Screwdrivers do not drive in screws. You do. It's a tool. So it's the player. So you have to decide at what level is 0 on physical prowess. Because you're going to have to measure the player's physical prowess to find out how much damage or base damage that sword is going to do. You're going to replace your 1d6 and you're going to put it somewhere else. You're going to put it as the base damage for physical prowess of your character. Which means, oh god, our character's going to have a bloody stat now. Well, that's simple. We already know what the stats are for our characters, even though we haven't even done them. We don't want stats, remember? We don't want a stat sheet. It's result times 5, it's a percentage, it's 1 to 20. So 0 is right in the middle. It's 10. We know the answer, it's in front of us. So if you have this fictional physical prowess of an average human being, you will do 1d6 damage. But what happens if you're a bit like me and you're not an average physical prowess type person? Yeah, okay, I'm a wimp. Well, I wouldn't, would I? I'd do probably 1d6 minus 2 damage. My physical strength is definitely not as high as the average human being. Jeff Capes, or a wrestler. Oh, well, they'd be up in like 15, 16, 17 area, wouldn't they? They'd be up more like towards the 2d6 area. You need a table, don't you? Because us human beings cannot guess these things, and neither can computers, by the way, we need a definition of the things that I've just been talking about, even though they are all the same thing. So we have 20 positions, which isn't 20, is it? It's 20 minus 1, which is 19. But 3d6 only goes to 18. We can only have 3. Are there any 3s that go into 18, do you think? Oh, there's 6. Well, we need a plus and a minus, so let's half that. Let's call it 3s. Player. Uh, 10 is 0, isn't it? Let's just make this up. So 10 equals 1d6 damage, base damage. So physical prowess And this is going to be base damage. Threes, huh? Well, that would make that 9, 10, 11. What about 12, 13, 14? Plus 1. 15, 16, 17. Plus 2. 18 plus. Plus 3. 8, 7, 6. Minus 1. 5, 4, 3. 5 minus. You can't go below 3 on 3d6. Minus 2. Plus 3 we know is 2d6. So using that one-handed sword, Conan the Barbarian would do 2d6 damage, which is the same amount of damage that an average person would do with a two-handed sword. Self-balancing system. And I'm not a mathematical genius, people, but why is this not being used in role-playing games today? Why is this, which is not hard to develop? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I did develop it over 30 years of my life, but that's beside the point. The initial concepts were simple, well, were refined down to simplicity over the first year. Then the proof of play came out, and that took the rest of the time. Can you see what I'm getting at? That's a self-balancing system. You can't power creep that, because the power isn't in the weapon. You can't have item power creep. The weapon is a modifier. Plus 1, plus 2. Possibly plus 3. It would have to be something like, pretty good. Or twice as good as the one that was 0. Sorry, the one that was the standard. Probably an artifact or something, or a magical, an amazingly magical item would be at plus 3. So a plus 3 broadsword would be an artifact. Of immense power. And I mean the most immense power that you could ever think of, like an atom bomb. It would have the power of an atomic bomb imbued within its blade. Because that's the kind of what plus 3 actually means in the rule of 3. It means the extreme, the infinite. In the rule of 3, 3 is infinity. Now, we've quantified infinity. We've quantified that there are only actually 2 numbers, 1 and 2, because it's in base 3. And we've also quantified that computers have been designed wrongly, and that they could no way, in the hope of hell, create a logic gate that could have 2 numbers. And yet, that's what we've got. But we've got a 0 and a 1. Not a 1 and a 2. That's where they designed the computer wrongly. You can't do Boolean algebra with 1 and 2. You need a 0. If you create a computer that doesn't have the logic of 0 and 1, and you take that 0 away, and you turn that into 2, maybe? Or, you know, just add 1 to each of them. Make it 1 and 2. Your logic changes. Totally. Your logic gates are thrown in the bin. Totally. You get the human brain. The hardware's wrong. We can't do AI. Anyway, that's back to what I was talking about AI. On this basis, and this bombshell of what I've just written, do you believe that the games that you are being sold today, with all of their complexity and stupidity, which are trying to tell you that they're role-playing games but are actually combat simulators, are doing as good a job as this? Where we have 3d6 that is not just comparative, we can do non-comparative, we can do linear and bell curve at the same time to make sure that there's no power creep. The more power something has, the more average it becomes. Interesting. This is where I get to have some fun because I've said enough. I've had a go at the industry again because of the stupidity and thoughtlessness that they have given to their products. It doesn't take a genius to do what I've just done. Right, we're going to look at a game. Pick the game. What we looking at? We are going to look at me trying to play a game because we've got an hour. Yay! This is research, by the way. You have to play games to be able to program them. You don't have a choice. If you don't, you'll never know the mistakes that the game makers of the past have ever made. Let's choose one that I've downloaded in the last week and just hit play. Server is online. Play. Do it. Server is online. Thanks for telling me. Sorry, I'm being sarcastic, aren't I?
After 1,000 years, the mists have finally cleared to reveal Albion, the land of myth and magic beyond
Hope you're
the
getting the
sea.
sound.
Back in the old world,
Advert.
a king who rules with an iron hand longs for Albion's riches. He summons adventurers to claim the land. Hoping to escape their grim lives, many follow, dreaming of a bright future in Albion. But the journey across the sea is long and dangerous. And only the most daring cross successfully. Those who make it arrive at the shores of this magical land, from where they immediately begin to craft, trade, and conquer. You are among these adventurers. Head out and forge your own destiny in Albion.
Welcome to Albion Online. This is my advert for today. Do not play this game. I just had to turn down $4,000 to advertise on this channel. Why did I turn it down? One, I don't need the money. This channel's free for everybody. It's not a financial money-making organisation. It's just me having fun. And secondly, I turned it down because they didn't name the product. It went straight into the waste paper basket. Thank you for your interest, whoever you were, company of stupidity. Next time, tell the person that you want to hire, not the amount of money you want to pay, because I would have told you how much money I would have wanted for it, which would have probably been nothing if you had told me what you wanted me to advertise. Here we go. Fraser Sharp, standard character. I'm in Mountain Cross, and I'm Ace. I've got a sword, a shield, and some armour. And the first thing that comes up is the store. Please, game makers, for the future, don't do this, ever. It's not needed. Right, this is a game. You run round, it's an open world, you create your own fun. There's nothing to do. Really, there's nothing to do. The quest that I'm on tells me that I need to get a journeyman's armour, journeyman's footwear. That's not a quest, that's just telling me that I need to equip myself. So there's no quests. Shall we look at the combat system? The combat system has power creep in it. We'll investigate that after. Oh, wait a minute, that looked interesting. Oh, it had a big thingy on it. Look, I'm on a donkey. Isn't that ace? Alright, let's talk to them. Tier 3, 1 player. Expedition. Go, go, go. Start. So this is their idea of a dungeon. Graphics, brilliant. Smoothness, fantastic. Bad design choice, right click. Does do it, but your arrow should... your mouse pointer doesn't change. It stays the same. You can click, move to. You can right click, and look. It does the same as left click when you release it. That's stupid, it should just stop. So they've made a mistake there. That's a right click, that's a left click. That's left held down, that's right held down. Both buttons do the same goddamn thing. Lazy. I am very, very critical of games. Lazy programming. Right click should change your mouse pointer into an arrow in the direction that you are travelling. When you release the button, your character stops in its tracks. Your left click should be positional. And also, is he targeting? You cannot or should not be able to target with your right mouse button. And see, you can't. You have to use your left, and you hit things. There we go, we have skills down below, like that. I can now click on you, and it will jump in there. Isn't that ace? They've put some thought into it, they've got skills. What's this one? Interrupt. Look at me go. Too much health. We'll look at that. Remember, health should be 1 to 20. It should be a percentage. It shouldn't be a stat. I've got 1,550 health. How the feck do I relate to that as an average human being? I don't have average health. I don't know what 1,550 means. I have no concept of what that actually is. There are no levels in this game. Positive for the game programmers. Well done. No levels. Good. Instead, they've used tiers. We'll look at that in a second as well. So, design of the game, good concept. Fantastic concept. It's open world. You can do what you like. People don't know what the hell they like, so they don't know what to do. Problem. It's combat simulator, so the only thing you're really giving people is combat. There's no choice. I can't interact. See? There's no interaction here at all. Nothing. Nothing to interact with. There's all of these objects. Look. There's a spade there. I want to pick it up. Why can't I pick up that spade? Is it because I can't get my sword out of my hand? I would need a third arm to pick it up with. Do I need to be a mutant? I'll stick it on there, then we don't get these stupid adverts. Don't want you to see adverts on my channel. What's wrong with my hands? They don't work. Programmers, allow players to use their hands. You let them use their legs. Shame on lazy programming. So we've got 2 lazy programming ideas already. We can use our legs, we can't use our hands. Combat. Well, yeah, it's got combat. It's the only thing it does have. I'm using a lot of player skill here, aren't I? Player skills 0. Combat boring. What does this game offer? Combat. They may have missed the aim of their game. Let's put it that way. So, game programmers. If you want to program a game, and the central focus of your game is combat, at least make it player skill based, not character skill based. You should not be able to win a combat without using your skill as a player. I'm sorry, this is horrendous. I don't know how much more of this I can put up with. Oh, they used a skill on me. Should I use one back, do you think? Let's try it. There you go. Look at that. He pushed me away into... I bounced into a corner and carried on killing him. I didn't do that. The computer did that. The only thing I pressed as a skill was that mighty blow thing which leapt me in there. I can't carry on. Sorry. That's the game. So now you know what the game is. That's all there is actually. Oh yeah, there's a crafting system which is pretty lousy. It's just a grind. Leaving an unfinished expedition results in a time penalty of 15 minutes. Are you sure you want to? Yeah, bloody right I am. You really think I give a dingo's kidneys about a dungeon that's just a pathway? It's a tunnel, it's not a dungeon. Alright. What did they get right? Graphics. Movement. Left mouse button. So far so good. That's it. This is not a game. This is a shop. It is a mechanism to make money. It's free to play because there's nothing to play. It does have chat. It doesn't have voice chat. Well, it might have voice chat. I didn't even look that far.
Welcome, friend.
Yeah, we've got a marketplace. Let's look at this tier system. 8 tiers. What have we just been talking about? What that tells me is that when enough people have got to tier 8 equipment, the shop will offer you tier 9. These people don't care whether it's pay to win or not. Have a look at the shop. I'm not showing it to you. It's disgusting. I'm just gonna give it the Japanese name. It's ETA. You can look that up yourselves. Item categories. Now this is useful if you are a game programmer who wants to do this kind of thing. It gives you ideas of what kinds of items you might want to put in your thing. Magic. Oh, look. Gives you a firebolt, a burning. The skills are in the weapons, not in the character.
My pleasure.
You change your weapon, you change your skills. Good luck with that one, peeps. Good luck with that one. Why? Why can't I choose what I want my skills to be? You're limiting me by weapon type. They've done that because then they don't need a self-balancing game. They can balance it by writing the skills differently. Okay, so I've got a feeling this game originally had some idea that it wanted to be balanced in some fashion, which it's not, obviously, because it can't be. If it was, you wouldn't be able to sell anything, would you? Oh dear. You would undermine your own shop. So I've got no qualms that this is a completely unbalanced game. Let's have a look at our character. Here we are. We've got our inventory. I like the inventory. Nicely done. This is the kind of inventory that I would like to design myself. It's simple. Well, actually, no, it's not simple. It's got too much stuff here. And I'm tier 3 out of 8 currently known about tiers. And then we've got a little arrow. We have it, folks. This is it. This... What I've said so far about this game is it's good. It's really good at what it does. But it doesn't do anything. So, it's basically a very good game at doing nothing. Look at that. Can we see any problems with this? Firstly, we think there are 8 tiers of equipment. Average item power. Ooh. Includes all bonuses from mastery or overcharge, and all penalties from durability loss or regional item power caps. So to balance the system, they have had to introduce something called regional item power caps. Now you know this game has a shop, and you know what's going on. Focus, 30,000. Good on me. Learning points, 190. No idea what to do with them. Reputation. Reputation with who? Reputation change. How? Physical damage, 54. That's a number. Where does that number come from? What does that number mean? What am I striving for that number to become? Physical ability bonus. Beats me how I've got that. Magical ability bonus. Beats me how I've got that. Doesn't exactly tell me, does it? Where's that from? Dunno. Magical resistance. Yet another number. Armour. Yet another number. Though that one I think I know where I can find it from. 62% of physical damage done to you is mitigated. That's a percentage. 57% of magical damage done to you is mitigated. So why have you not got a percentage sign next to it, you stupid people? I didn't know that. It's just a number. My maximum health means what? You may as well just put it to 15.5. That means nothing to me. Health regen, 38 a second. Well, I can understand what that means because of what's above it. Maximum energy. Energy? Oh, the blue bar, you mean, under that yellow bars thingy for me hit points. Yeah, okay. Energy regeneration. Yeah, okay. Max focus. Yeah, okay. What is this? It's a spreadsheet. It's a bloody spreadsheet. None of this is in my control. I have no way of altering any of this. Would you like to see what happens to my experience points? There you go. Character development. It's a grey screen full of coloured lines and symbols. Which, to find out what they actually mean, you probably have to hover over them or click on them. Yes, you click on them, and then it tells you that it's that, and that I can craft that. Fantastic! Not bad. This screen is a bit close in, don't you think? My mouse wheel does. Oh, gets it closer. That's max zoom out. How big is this screen? How big is this screen? It's a massive disc. I'm clicking. Moving it around. Oh, I give up. I have no way of planning. Do you think I'm going to sit here all day looking at this screen and working down every single path and working out what I want to do in this world? No, I'm not going to do that. That is the biggest disaster of a screen I've ever seen. What's this little book? Learning threshold reached. There you go, I've already reached my learning threshold. What? I don't know. New. There you go, I've got new. What's this thing here? Adventures Challenge. I think that's what I was doing, isn't it? Oh no, it's just more advertising. Okay. Some kind of challenge with points of keys. Claimed available. Yeah. Other things to get you excited about the shop. I am being very nasty about this game, aren't I? The open world. The real fame is in the open world. Let's go look at it. Get on my horse. Give me my horsey. Give me my donkey. Gotta feel like Jesus. Little donkey, little donkey. This is the open world. Graphics, good. They're actually good. Can't interact with them, but they're good. Look, I can chop a tree down. I can interact with that. I'll get some birch logs. Don't want to do it. Map down the bottom. Pretty good system. You click on it, and it highlights something and plings it. This map system. Oh, that's a plus. How do I get it back out? Oh, you have to keep clicking. Right. Opens the map of the area. Look at that. Nice. I can move it around. How useful is this map, do you think? Oh, it disappeared. And I moved. Yes. You might want to clear a buffer there. Ah! The world map. Oh, God, the zoom works at long last. There we go, there's the world map. This is oh, I like this. That's nice. Well done. Somebody obviously knew how to do world maps. So, world map, 10 out of 10. Where am I? How do I get back to me? Oh, I'm here. Reset camera. Reset. Oh, it resets it back to here. That's clever. I like that button. That's the first useful thing I have. Political. Okay, nothing changed. Did it? Don't know what primetime UTC is about, so okay. Faction warfare. Oh, it changed. Yay! And there's the factions. Yay! I'm obviously in the Fort Sterling faction. According to this, I didn't even know that until I clicked on that. I had no idea about this. I can search. Huh. You can also click on things. And it'll come up with one of these maps again. Isn't that useful? How do you get out of this bloody thing? Thank you. Reset camera. This map, spectacular. Informative, it's got information, it's got a pull down menu which gives you things. Maybe not the right things, but gives you things. And makes pretty colours on the map. Can be useful. It can tell you what's under attack. Region values. I'm guessing tiers. Because there's 8 tiers and there seems to be more than 3 stars. Yeah. I'm getting the hang of this now. I think I know what this game's all about. It's certainly not about creating your own adventure, is it? There's nothing to create. There's nobody to talk to here. If there's somebody to talk to, there'd be a pling. There's no interaction here except to fight or gather stuff to craft. There's nothing here. It's a beautiful map, and there's nothing here. And it's at this point that I switch the game off. Because I've played the whole game. How do we get out of it? Well, you can't log out. Oh, you can now, can you? Didn't used to be able to. You must have patched that. Oh, they've patched it, thank God for that. Enter world. Oh, right, we've got to come up here, have we? Yeah, we've got to come up here to close the application. Jesus. Oh. Let me get my heart back together. And that is a modern RPG. Sorry, we didn't look, did we? It's on Steam. Cisalpine now, yeah. I've played it for 3 hours to find all this information out, just so you didn't have to. Store page. It's free to play. It's a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. Open world, and it also has an RPG tag. As you could see, there was a lot of role-play involved in my choices. I can edit these, can I? Oh boy, I would really look at the list they've given me here. Sandbox. No, it's not a sandbox because you can't actually do anything. In a sandbox, you can make a sandcastle. In this game, yes, you can make your own house, you can make your own guild, you can invite people to your guild, you can make your own guild headquarters, but you have to upgrade these things on tiers. You can't make anything yourself. Crafting. You can't make anything yourself. You are told what you can do by that wonderful big disc of skill garbage that it gave you. Multiplayer. Yeah, it's multiplayer. PvP. Yeah, it's PvP. Survival. It's a roguelike. Your character dies, it's dead. PvE. Well, yeah, I mean, that's basically all you've got to do at the start. Loot, yeah, that's all you can do. Medieval, no, it's just got pretty graphics that look halfway between normality and Legoland. And they're actually very nice. And why they say it's medieval, I don't know. I haven't seen anything in it that is restricted to medieval. I would call it tech level 3 if it was in my system. It has a player economy. No, it doesn't actually. It has a marketplace where players can go and ask phenomenal amounts of stupid in-game currency for whatever they want. It's fantasy. Yeah, the fantasy is you'd make it better. It's co-op. You can join guilds and cooperate. It's strategy. If you stand in the right place whilst hitting something, it has no effect. It's not strategy. It's action. Well, once I've started hitting it, yeah, there's the action. Sat there drinking me coffee, waiting for the thing to die. It's single player. Hold on a minute, it's co-op and single player. I could survive by myself, but it's a roguelike. Why would you want to do something stupid like that? It's difficult. No, it's not. I've played the whole game in under 3 hours. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. That's a modern RPG. That's what they are selling you today. And I think after what I've said earlier, they haven't learnt the lessons over the years, have they? And on that bombshell, I'm going to love you and leave you, because the cat's looking at me and licking her chops. And she's starting to crawl around on my leg, saying, there may be some meat left here on this skeletal leg. Take care, peeps. It's been a good day. We've got Vulkan. We've got QT. We've got Vulkan. We've got what I wanted. Working. It's on the other mouse. There you go. We have a UI. We have a Vulkan widget. We have a push button because I just wanted to have a placeholder in there. We've got everything we need to do 3D graphics in Vulkan, ready and waiting for us in Qt. This code is available to you. You may do what you wish with it. It's free. Damn. Messed that up, didn't I? Okay. You will find the code here on GitHub at fraserbladesharp/Rana, where I am now going to be developing everything. In this Rana file, the full download includes the Midnight game engine, which we began with and messed around with, which has an ECS system. The main include Midnight. I think I did a full bit or pieces about it. Yeah, I did a couple of sessions on that, didn't I? There's a utility development, which we've finished quite a bit of, but I'm still looking at items, thinking about how I want to do them, rather than that disaster of a program that's being played by people. We now have added to that the Vulkan widget, which we were playing around with today, and that's just been shown on screen. It's only on pass 1. I'm not putting it into master. Remember, this is the dev branch. On the main branch, you will get a 404. Fantastic. All right, what's going on? Rana. This is main. There is no Vulkan on the main. On here, there's just a couple of utilities that I was... So this is reading a text file, the dice rolling system for 3D6 that we've been talking about earlier today. It's all in here, all the code. So if you're interested in self-balancing games, which don't include a shop, a store, a real-life marketplace, or trying to fleece as many people for as much money as possible, then you might want to use that. So there's those utilities there. But Rana itself is on the main side. This is all gold, fully developed. Under util, did I leave that stupid file in? Yeah, we've still got this in. Ignore that file. This file is not ready for consumer. Yeah, it's empty. Good. Thank God for that. Yeah, it's not developed. Good, it's empty. Right, I'm happy then. You can take this one and use it. If you want the development stuff, your problem, not mine. Don't come back to me with any problems with the development side, please. Come back to me with answers, not problems. I don't do problems, I only do solutions. As long as we understand each other, we'll get along fine. There you go. All yours. Do with what you want. I'm going to go and feed the cat. Tomorrow, I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. We might go back into those items and look a bit more into it after that. A bit of research I was doing into Albion, the game called Albion. The disaster of a game called Albion. I can show you a better game than that came out in 1985, 86, 85. It's on my hard drive. It's on my server. And it does all of that, and it gives you interaction. A lot better. Let's Let's shut this down. Power off. Clear screen first. I have no idea what I've got open here. Alright, that's that computer shut down. Good. Everything's closed off, so it's goodbye from me, a goodbye from Poppy, and I wish you all the best and have fun.